Hello. Yes. And welcome to another Kerbal Space Program stream / video. I still haven't uploaded a bunch of these to YouTube, but I'm going to. Just you wait. I need to do some editing and stuff, so I don't have to add in all the fails, because there's a lot of them. Anyhow, today we are going to, first of all, I want to try and move our space station. We have a very small space station right here. It's pretty light, it's pretty small. I want to try and move that to the moon somehow. And I also want to upgrade it. So we do need a new part on it. With some more science experiments and some more batteries, maybe some better ways of getting electricity. Because when we're gonna move this around to the moon, of course the orbits are gonna be shorter, so we're gonna have more exposure to the sun in general. But we are also gonna be having more things on it, so I think we need to increase the amount of power that we can produce. And also notice that when we have a full lab full of science, then we can't really transmit all of that science at once, and so we probably would benefit from having something on there that could give us a little bit more electricity. Okay, let's see. We only have these small batteries still. I'm gonna plunk 2 of those on, and then we're gonna plunk 4 of those on there. Now we have the electricity done. I'm not gonna have too many things on this. I'm gonna try and keep it as light as possible. We do have some monopropellant thrusters and tanks and stuff now, which is gonna make this whole procedure a lot easier, docking and such. I think maybe we can have a bigger fuel tank on there, not just the smallest one. Maybe we can have this one on there with RCS. And of course we're gonna dock it, so we need a docking port, not that one, we need the small one. And like I said, I want to try and move the whole space station. We do have the nerve engine now, so I definitely am going to be using some liquid fuel and that nerve engine to move the station. It's just gonna be a whole lot easier doing it that way. And let's see, it's gonna be hard calculating as well how much fuel we actually need. But we are gonna need a whole bunch of fuel. So I think it is safe to say that we need more than this. I think I'm gonna put on one of those there and see, do we have the cone thingy? No, we don't. Okay, because there is a liquid fuel tank that is like cone shaped. I thought we had that one, but we don't. I think I'm gonna put those on there, and then we're gonna have a pair at the top and a pair at the bottom. That gives us roughly 10,000 meters per second. We need about 3,000 to move this thing to the moon and then slow down. So maybe we should actually make this into a stage. Put 2 decouplers on there, put them like that. And then have some fuel lines go from the outside and in. The thrust is gonna be very bad. However we do this, the thrust is gonna be bad. So I think I'm not gonna put any engines on the outer stage here. Because I think, yeah, like I said, it's gonna be bad however we do it. So I don't want to have more than 3 engines. But I think I'm gonna have 2 stages like this, and then I'm gonna have engines on one of these stages And now it became that stage that I said I would not have it in. Anyhow. So we're gonna have 6,000 in the first stage. I'm thinking we're gonna plonk some in here. Did that change at all? 12,830. 12,809? Okay. I don't know why that changed. Maybe it's the weight. I have no idea. Anyhow, we are gonna have some more reaction wheels on this thing. I think I'm gonna put those on there. Then we're gonna divide this up. So we decouple those first and then those. Because hopefully we're gonna drain these out first. And we'll see where we can actually ditch those. But I'm guessing that we're gonna be able to ditch those either into the moon or into Earth. Somehow we're gonna ditch them because I don't want to leave any space debris. And we have 3 reaction wheels, 3 of the small ones. I think that'll be enough. Mainly because I don't want to have too many on here. Just gonna auto strut anything we can. Because I wanna be able to move this thing, of course, but I also don't really wanna have to do too much. Then I think we're probably gonna keep this stage on. So this is just gonna be the fuel stage. This is gonna be sent up in one go, but this is not gonna be sent up first though. Fuel stage, space station. Okay, now this is built. Now I'm gonna build the first thing that I'm gonna send up, because I totally forgot that, of course, I'm gonna have to put this thing in between. Because we do not have... well, we do have docking ports on the sides. But I think that will make the weight be off, and it would be better to just have it on the one that is in line with all the weight and the whole craft. You'll get what I mean when we get there. Put the docking port on there. Gonna have a battery on this as well. Probably best to just build this thing pretty much like the last thing. Although on this one we're just gonna have 2 of those batteries. We're gonna have a small monopropellant tank, just so we can make room for some of these. So we can have some better solar panels on there. It's not gonna be much, but it's something. And of course I want to have the new science experiments on here as well. Or, well, it's just one. We want to have this thing on here. So I can pretty much put that anywhere. I'm gonna put it there. Otherwise I think we have everything that we need. Because we're not going to be landing, so we don't need the seismic accelerometer. Oh, Da Fox, thank you for following. We don't have a storage unit for things, so I'm gonna plonk that on there as well. And then we take a docking port and put that at the bottom. And now that we have more space vertically, I think I'm gonna put that down there. And then we will put 2 of these, because yes, we don't have any other variants. So I'm just gonna have those 2 there. And then we're gonna take 2 loose ones and put them on the sides here. think. No, where else do we need? No, we're gonna put them. I'm gonna put them here, and then we're gonna drag them down and forward. So we have that inside, kind of, the other thruster. Hello there, the fox. How you doing today? We can't strut those at all. Oh, we can auto strut that. And that. That one was strutted. That one, okay, the docking ports definitely need to be having some struts on them. I don't think we need any antennas or anything on this, because we are gonna be in low Earth orbit, so I don't think that's necessary. Let's put something on here, and down here we're actually gonna have, well, we don't need that thing. We can just take this one actually, because I want to have a probe core on the stage that will carry us the last bits into orbit, just so we can deorbit it, because I don't want to leave no space debris. Space debris is always bad, but this is, like I said, this is gonna be the stage that's gonna carry us sorry, into orbit. I don't know why my throat is all fucked up today, but it is. And we can probably do with that engine. Yes, okay, this is 5,000 meters per second of delta V, which is good, because that means we can probably put the fairing up in here. And build a fairing something like that. Have that down there. We're still gonna have 4,600. That is good. So this thing will hopefully not be that hard to get into orbit. Although, of course, that's very relative, because everything is a nightmare to get into orbit when you're playing with this mod. And there we have that. And you are good. Wonderful. I'm good as well. I've had a great day, and now I need to come up with what I'm gonna call this. I guess just station upgrade. I've said it so many times. I am not good at naming my crafts. I just name them what they are, so it's easier for me to figure out what I'm gonna do with it. Mainsail engine on the bottom there, and let's see how much. I think I'm gonna take another tank, plunk that on there, and then we're gonna add some solid rocket boosters to this thing. I think we'll add 4. Maybe we'll just need 2 actually. No, 4. Let's go with 4. And don't forget the struts. Yeah, sure, you can name it. Just put down the name you want for it, then I'll name it that. Sorry. And we want to have these on top here. We're gonna take away the liquid fuel and oxidizer in them, because we don't need that. And now make sure that we stage everything correctly. That goes off, those decouple. Then that decouples, that starts, that opens, and then that will decouple. I guess that's, yeah, that's the small one in there. Good. Do we need anything else on this? I don't think so. It's very nice just having a very small amount of stuff to send up, or a very small payload, because normally my payloads are not this small, and I don't have the biggest fuel stages or fuel tanks or rockets or anything right now. We're gonna change to this launch site in, I think it's Brazil, because it's gonna be easier to get around about with the station that way. The Fox module. Noted. Let's name it that. The Fox module X. I added the X just because it sounds cool. Think that's all we need, although I am gonna put an action group to these, just so I don't have to extend them one by one. And launch, because I think we're a pretty good place to launch. Oh, it's Guana. I had no idea. But good, now I've learned something new, which is always nice to do. And I think this was a pretty good place to start the launch. I'm thinking of the placement of the station. I've been trying to figure it out from just where it is compared to this part of the south part of North America. So I think I tried launching when it was here, and that was to, then I came in behind it. So I think here will be pretty good, at least. Hopefully, we'll see. Nothing more to say, just launch. And we have a lot of thrust on this thing. So I'm gonna be taking down that main engine to, let's take it down to half its thrust, so we can save some of that fuel for later on. Maybe we can even take it down to a third, because we are moving very fast. And yes, we start seeing some wind off the craft right now, which is, well, it's pretty much a sign that we're going a little bit too quickly. For, at least for this part of the atmosphere. And decoupling, full throttle again. And now I think it's time to tilt ourselves over a little bit. And this launch did not go that well, because our trajectory is messed up right now. Hopefully we can still get this thing into orbit, but now I am starting to doubt myself. Because we did waste a lot of that fuel in the beginning, just going straight up. separation did look good. I really like using those separators that are the what's the name of the rocket that they are modeled after? I'm thinking Sputnik, but no, it's not Sputnik. That is a Sputnik is a probe, that's not a rocket. I can't figure out what the name of it is. Oh, I was pointing the wrong way when I thought I was correcting our orbit. What is the name of it? The Russian rocket that has been in use since like the 70s. I should know this. Well, I do know it. I just can't figure it out right now. Vostok? No, it's not the Vostok rocket. It's the one taking astronauts to the space station. You know the one. It's been flying for a heck of a long time. I'm just gonna make a quick Google search. The Soyuz rocket, there we have it. Of course, the Soyuz. Those separators are intended for you to make like a Soyuz replica. Although I haven't made a Soyuz replica. But I still use them a lot, especially for those solid rocket boosters. Because, well, it's nice to have something pushing your stuff away when you're separating. And I think we're pretty solid with this launch. I also think this is the fewest stages I've had on any rocket that I've made so far. I don't think I've had these like bigger parts and sent up something this small before. So that is, of course, the explanation why. Are we even high enough? No, we're not, because I think this one is around at, yeah, it has an altitude of 300. But we're totally off on the angle as well. So hopefully we have a lot of fuel left when we have gotten into orbit. I'm just gonna time warp a bit now because this is slow. But yeah, we are definitely getting into orbit and we are gonna have a lot of fuel left. Feels weird. Wait a second, I'm just gonna move my camera back to where it... Ah, fuck. Overdid it a bit, but that's fine. That's really fine because we actually got like a close encounter. Nice. We have a lot of fuel left to spare, so... And I'm gonna make a quick save here, but you know what? I'm actually gonna try and do this without making a maneuver node, because I think I can. Just go here, then we're gonna point normal. We're around here. Then we're just gonna set to point at target and then point against the target. Then I think we can fix this, the distance in between them pretty good. target. Now we're gonna time warp towards it a little bit. And of course we can't really move it right now, because we don't have connection. Because of course both of my relays are on the wrong side. I put those relays up so I wouldn't be in this position again. But I guess might never get out of this. There we go, now we have connection. Okay, now I'm gonna be pointing myself this way, so I can move my or retrograde marker towards the anti-target marker. And that, as you can see, moves us together further along. Okay, we're below 100 meters now in separation. So we're gonna be close. 17 kilometers away. And now we just wait. Patiently. Damn, we still have 974 meters per second left. Maybe we should have sent that other thing up first, because then I could have... Oh, and we went past it a bit. Not that much. Set as target. Let's see, where is our retrograde marker? There it is. Just gonna be stopping us and then decouple. Control from, I guess, here? Doesn't really matter. We're gonna dock from this side actually. And then we are gonna take this thing out to make the docking a little bit easier. And just move ourselves towards the target. Slowly but surely. I'm gonna put on caps locks as well, which makes all the moving around stuff more delicate, because these thrusters are pretty good. These RCS thrusters aren't really made for something this small. But since I'm playing on, I think it's 1.10 something, we don't have the new variant of them that is not way smaller, but a bit smaller. Okay, we're pretty much on target now. We can move ourselves towards it a bit faster. Okay, that was a bit too fast maybe. And now we can actually open up those even before we dock. 'Cause why not? And we were about 0.1 degrees off in the rotation, which is fine. Gonna do this one and put that science in there, because that was a lot. So now we can get some science in the meantime. Switch over to this thing. Point is retrograde. Still have a little bit of battery in it. I'm not gonna try and land this or anything. We're just gonna blast this a little bit till it's for sure gonna crash into the planet. And let's go to the space center now. I'm still gonna leave the same amount of people on there, or people Kerbals on the space station. We're still just gonna have those two they're doing a great job, so I'm not gonna change the winning concept. And now it is time for the fun stuff, which is trying to get this thing into orbit. And that's gonna be a whole other thing. That's too big. That's the one we want. And I don't think I'm gonna put anything. No, I'm not gonna have like another stage here with not decoupler, but with, what am I thinking about? A probe. I'm not gonna put another stage on there with a probe and batteries and stuff, because we can get this thing into orbit by itself, so I'm gonna do that. We'll waste a little bit of fuel in this thing to get it to dock to the station, and I think that's fine. We can strut those. Just gonna make sure now that everything that's like in line with the middle parts have been auto strutted, especially the docking port. Okay, and now we need to make a rocket that can ferry this thing into orbit, and that's gonna be fun. Skiff liquid fuel engine. I don't remember this one. Which one is this? Okay, this stage is only gonna give us 800 meters per second. That is not much. I was thinking of putting the skipper on here. Puts about the same, a little bit better thrust though. So maybe we should do something else. Or maybe we should just have that stage. I don't know. Is this... No, it's just... feels like it's just gonna be an unnecessary stage. Let's take a bigger fuel tank. And then let's take... Let's see. Feels too much to put a mainsail on there. But I don't have any engine that's like in the middle of the skipper and the mainsail. No, I don't. So I'm gonna put the skipper on here. 1400, that's good. Put a decoupler on that. Oh, and yeah, okay, that was strutted, and strut that engine as well. And now for the fun part. How are we now gonna build a rocket that is big and powerful enough to take this thing into orbit? That is the question. Okay, so this is clearly not enough thrust. So I think I'll do something similar to a rocket I built a little while ago. I'm gonna put 6 of these in like a bundle. Then just nose cone these up basically. And cone them off. There we go. All of these have struts, right? Yes, they do. Then I'm gonna take the same ones. And then we're gonna do some onion staging. And then since we have quite a good amount of thrust on this now, and we actually have enough fuel already. I thought we would have to make something way bigger. Just need to see if everything is correct. And we also want to have some fuel lines on this. But it seems like we do have enough. Those six, and that one. Decouple those. Decouple that, start that one. Decouple that. Start those two. What decoupler is that? That decoupler needs to be below here. Yes. Oh no, I was reading it wrong. I was reading this, but that is including the first fuel tanks on this thing. I want to keep those. Okay. Now I feel like I'm having more sense of what's going on. We have in total, in these stages that I've built up so far, 6,600 meters per second. And now 12. Okay, now I get it. And we need to get to about 10. The question is, how do we do that in the best way? I think I'll do something similar. Like I said, I've said similar a lot of times today. I'm gonna take off the noses on that thing and this thing. Shouldn't have gotten rid of it totally though. No, because we still need the first part of it. Ah! And now they are facing correctly. Yes, they are. Auto strut those. Put them together there. Gonna wait with putting a nose cone on that. So we're gonna take this and not make that many copies. Gonna put 2 on there, so this is now gonna have like 3 times as much thrust and stuff. No, I wanted to look down in the middle. There we go. And then we'll take these nose cones. Or just that actually. Put that on there. Okay, I think we are good. Yes. And we are also... Yes. I'm gonna take this off once again. We're also gonna put another segment on all of those. So we can have even more fuel on that. Oh, and that one is now a bit crooked. I need to have it like that, because this whole thing is put on crooked. Strut those, and strut that. And then we take it away. Not like that, though. Ah. Put that on correctly, and then I'll try putting that on correctly. Yes. Don't need to drag it down that much. Just so the engines line up. Now we take this whole thing. And this is a so-called game killer. This has made my game crash a lot of times when I'm trying to get a whole bunch of rockets to attach like that. But I think we did it. Okay, now let's see. Those are the first ones, and those ones are gonna be in here. Let's see if we got the fuel lines to connect. We have the fuel lines there, yes. I'm thinking of these ones in the corner here. Barely see them, but we can see that, yes, they're going out to in there. And how much do we have now? Okay, in this total we have 9,100. Those fire, those fire, those fire, those fire. That fires, yes. Then those decouple, then these decouple. Then that, and then that fires. Yes, okay. So we almost have enough, but we still are not quite there. I think what I'll do is that I'll take this whole thing, just drag it down a little bit. There's so much dragging things up and down, and then we'll just place another fuel tank on this middle stage. Because I think with those 6 thrusters there in the middle, we will have enough thrust on that stage. Let's just check again that everything is in order. Those decouple first, then those. That and that engine starts, that opens, that decouples, that starts. Then we have those decoupling at the end. Okay. Seem to have dragged down our amount of fuel, or our delta V, which is weird because it should not have done that. Makes me think that something might be up with the staging. And no, it's not. Everything seems to be correct. So I don't know what's going on, but I think we're gonna launch it anyways. Yeah. Save and launch. Now I don't have any idea of where I am, so I'm just gonna hope that I'm in a good position to launch, or at least not in a too bad position to launch, so I can still launch and not have to time warp too much, so we run out of battery or anything. But no, we are in a pretty okay place to launch. And now I can't see if I'm station 1. Yes, I was focusing on the Fox Module X probe, which is not what we're gonna dock with. Okay, I think we're in a good position. I can feel my frames have dropped. Wonderful. It is time to launch. How cinematic. Made the launch look good for once. Wonderful. Now that we have this much thrust, it just feels like, I could have added more fuel. I always think like that. As fast as something goes right, I feel like, maybe I didn't overdo this one enough. So I always overbuild my rocket and build them way too big and have way too much fuel. But I'd rather have, I say this all the time, but I'd rather have too much fuel left than not enough. Now instead I think I started tilting this thing over a bit too quickly because I forgot this shit is still quite top heavy. I'm gonna try keeping it here at about 10 degrees. And do not point at prograde. Just point straight up. That might have been the problem. Hopefully our separation is gonna be fine still. Probably have to point ourselves a little bit more towards our target for the separation. But we still have a lot of fuel left in this stage. Flip a little bit more now. Don't want to let it go down too fast, but at least in the very small experience that I have so far with the real solar system mod, is that instead of trying to be at 45 degrees at 10 kilometers, I try to be there at 20 kilometers. And that kind of has worked so far. There's probably a way better launch profile that I just don't know about. But this seems to work, so I'm sticking to it. Like my old friend always says, never change a running horse. And it is soon time for that booster separation. Try and get us to point prograde before that happens. We can be in line with where the airflow and stuff is coming from. We're pretty much there. Decouple. And that worked perfectly. And damn, that's good. It basically looks like we just ditched 6 Falcon Heavies that were just strapped onto this thing, which is kind of accurate. It wasn't really like, I mean, I think if you would check the scales on a normal Falcon 9, they're not 2.5 meter in diameter. I think they're like at least twice that. I think they're like 6-7 meters. I don't remember. Or maybe 9. I don't know. Maybe that's way too big. But I do not remember how big they actually are. But I know they're bigger than 2.5 meter in diameter. So it's like we ditched 6 small Falcon heads. RP1. I'm trying to figure out what is RP1. So I'm not good with all the shortening down of words. I don't know what that's called. Oh, realistic progression. I did download realistic progression first, but with that comes a whole, or at least with the one that I downloaded, came a whole bunch of other mods that I felt like I don't have the time to learn all of that. For instance, it's like the realistic fuel thing. resizing of all the stock parts and remodelings or redux of all the stock parts and stuff, and it just became a little much. I didn't manage to get a single rocket off the ground after like 2 hours of playing it, so I felt like, okay, I've taken water over my head, this is too much for me, and this was not even what I wanted. So I decided to then download Realism Overhaul, which still had all of those things, just not the like realistic building times and stuff of rockets. So then I was just like, okay, screw all of this, I'm just gonna download mods like one by one instead of trying to get a bundle that fits me. And then it turned out all I wanted was some visual mods and RSS. So that's what I got, and I'm very happy with my decision, because I really enjoy playing RSS with just the stock parts and some mods, but not all of them. It was a little bit too much. And I think especially the fuel thing was too much, because I just couldn't figure it out. Coupling time, and we can ditch the fairing now as well. Yeah, I thought of that, of just watching a bunch of videos and trying to figure out how to learn the basics. But I kind of felt like it wasn't what I was looking for. So instead I just downloaded RSS and some other part mods. And of course the waterfall mod, because that plume is beautiful. And at the end I got what I wanted, and I am very happy with my decision. And as you say yourself, RSS is a great mod on itself. You don't need anything else really if you don't want to. If you can play with all the other mods and stuff in the real progression, hats off to you, because that's a lot of shit to learn. But I kind of felt like I've already spent almost 2,000 hours in this game learning the stock parts and how they work. I don't want to start relearning everything now. I mean, some things fine, like relearning how much you need for a launch and to get to different planets and stuff. That's okay. It's a sizable amount anyways. But I didn't feel like I wanted to relearn everything. At least not now. Maybe in the future. Probably in the future, because I'm never gonna get tired of playing the game itself. I don't think, at least. So I definitely think that sometime in the future I will be playing the realistic progression. Yeah. Okay, so it sets the fuel by itself. That's not what it did for me. For me, or maybe it did and I fucked it up on my own. Because at least what I thought was happening was that I'm just trying to focus on the game for a second. But what I thought was happening for me was that well, first of all, like I said, I didn't fill up the tanks with any fuel. And then I realized, okay, so I have to fill these myself. And that's when I realized, oh, okay, I have to fill them myself. But with what fuel? Because then it gave me options on what fuel to fill it up with. And nothing was chosen for me. You can fuck up a lot. Yeah. No doubt on that. You can fuck up a ton. Okay, time to ditch this stage so we don't carry it into orbit. Cause I don't wanna do that. And I was trying to fix the difference in our angles a little bit there. But I'm not gonna do that. Not more than I did right now. Of course we're gonna have to fix it sooner or later, but not right now. Now let's just try and get into orbit. Let's try and get that other side to about 300. So we are, like you can see, we are right now in front. So we need to get, we need the space station to catch up to us. So that's why we are in a 300 by 400 orbit. Here we are gonna have to point normal. So I'm gonna point myself normal now and move over to here. I'm just gonna check. Okay, we have 2000 in battery charge. That should be enough for a couple of orbits. Then again, you never know. Yeah, for a couple of orbits, it's probably gonna be fine. I think it does. Oh, okay, it does recharge as well when we use these engines. Oh, it's slow. It's very slow. Can do some physical time warping, so why not? I'm gonna go around now, change it on the other side. No. Or maybe. Where's this? Yeah, this is our high orbit. Let's see, if we make maneuver node here, we should see, yeah. It's gonna look on the orbit after that one. So when we get to our periaps now, we're gonna increase our orbit a little bit again. Just gonna burn a bit here to see if we can get that to 0. Did. Good, good, good. Ah. Now this is right in the middle where I'm trying to do this. Oh, I don't want to see that. Can we highlight that? Okay. Gonna have to see both of them at the same time anyways. I can't see the separation. Okay, I think I'm just gonna go to the periaps and then we're gonna wing it. Just try and watch the change. And you just have had multiple engines. Oh, you mean in RP1? As I now know that it's called. Oh, it's still on this orbit. There we go. And now that separation is a lot smaller. 4.8 kilometers. We can eyeball the rest of that. And we are good when it comes to the electric charge. We're not gonna run out anytime soon. And now I think we might be in physics range now as well, because I did feel a little bit of a frame drop. Under 100 meters away. Okay. And yes, we are. And we slowed down in time this time. Which is nice. It's really nice. And I just realized moving this thing around is gonna be hell. Okay, let's see if we can get that. Yes, we could. And I always forget. We can't point this at targets. We are not that advanced just yet. What we can do is change this control from here. Set that as target, and we can point to that target from this thing. Oh yeah, just thought, damn, that's a lot of movement for just one reaction wheel. Then I remembered we have one up here as well, and there's one in there. So we got a lot. We could actually move this thing to talk with that now. Just realized that. Use this to position ourselves correctly. No. The up and down are inverted if I were to say it's inverted. Some might say it's correct. But to me it's inverted. Can't steer this thing as I want to. Now let's move. We can actually time warp a little bit. This is gonna take some time otherwise. Try and slow ourselves down a little bit. And there we go. Wonderful. Now we just have to fix all these stages. These are messed up right now. This one needs to be somewhere else, that one needs to be somewhere else, and that one needs to be somewhere else. So let's just put that up there. That engine is gonna be down there, and that one can be up there. Decouple those first, yes, and then those. Correct, correct. And it seems... It says we have 8,000 meters per second. So I do believe I did this correctly. I overbuilt it like hell. Which is just perfect. Now we're gonna set the moon as target. And I think I said this last time. I'm not gonna try and like change my orbit and go to the moon. I'm just gonna try and kind of catch the moon when it's in the correct position for me. So we're gonna try and catch the moon when it's over here. So I'm just gonna start burning now, basically, to get my orbit up a bit. But when we have it in, when we've made this orbit a bit elliptical, then I'm gonna fast forward in the orbits with right clicking on the maneuver node, if you can, like that. Then you can click through here to get to later orbits and do that and see if we can find a good spot to do the final burn and get us all the way to the moon. Control from there. Oh, we're pointing totally in a different way. Probably because I was using the docking port back there to point the other way before. My hope is as well to try and get some kind of lander, probably a probe that can land on the moon later on. We're gonna divide this up into 3-minute burns, so I'm gonna start with a 3-minute burn here, and then we'll do a couple of those until I'm happy with the amount of height that we've gotten so far. And in this process of burning multiple times, we're probably also gonna be ditching that first stage with these first tanks. Just gonna see. Yeah, okay, so the fuel transferring did not work like I thought it would. Because when you just put the fuel lines from the tanks in and not connect them in between the outside ones as well, then it's just gonna feed. I think it's like it's gonna use primarily fuel from this, but it's also gonna use fuel from this. So it's gonna be like 50% less fuel is gonna be used from this than if I were to have fuel lines going from this into these. If you get what I'm saying. It's a bit complicated. Maybe even less. No, now I think it's working backwards. Because now I think, yeah, because this is only fueling this stage now, which this stage is draining fuel. So I have no idea if those fuel lines even work at all. They are added incorrectly, but maybe it gets messed up because I don't have any engines on this stage. I don't know. Something is messed up. Anyhow, I'm gonna have to manually just transfer the fuel from these into these and the middle stage. We'll see how it goes. It's probably gonna be fine anyhow. The only real problem with that is that I can't be as certain of when that decoupling is gonna be. Ten more seconds of burning, then we are done with the first burn. This is going way better than I thought it would from the beginning. Because as always, I'm not really sure of what I'm doing. Where I'm from Sweden. You know, that weird place in the north of Europe, Scandinavia, in the middle, the biggest country with the biggest population, which is not a brag at all. Because all the populations in Europe are in Scandinavia, they're kind of small. But yes, I am Swedish. Where are you from? Sometimes I forget that I can actually... It's not only you guys asking me questions, I can ask them back as well. And I'm transferring the fuel now. I'm just doing it one by one because I feel like it's easier that way. It's easier to make sure that the same amount of fuel is drained from the same tanks or whatever. And then I think I'm gonna take... How much fuel do we have in these? Okay, I'm gonna do like this. I'm gonna fuel up the bottom here. And try... Oh no. Now the refueling went a little berserk. Then you can always time warp a little bit and it fixes everything. Nobody knows why, but that's how it is. Hello, you're back, the fucks. Scandinavia is my favorite part of the world after the cultures of Russia. Yeah, we're not that much influenced by Russia. The only thing that Sweden and Russia has in common is the culture around drinking, which many people don't know. But yes, Swedish people don't like. We like never drink on the like the weekdays. That's a big no-no. Then the weekend comes, and then everybody gets like either you take 1 glass or 10. There's nothing in between. And it's a very weird and unhealthy culture. And I'm proud to say that I'm not that much a part of that. I think I'll take the top 2 tanks and refuel this one with that. Doesn't work, then we do some time warping, and now it should work. Don't ask me why, but that's how it is. Okay, that's not how it is apparently. Let's see if we can just use one. No, we can't. Okay, don't know why that didn't work, but I'm not gonna care about it. Why can't we get any connection to anything? Over a landmass, there should be something here connecting us. Okay, now we have connection. We can get rid of that. And you were from Germany. North Germany. Then we're not that far apart actually. Because I am from I'm not from, but I live in the southern parts of Sweden. I live near Malmö, which is like next to Denmark. I also only know a small amount of Dutch, so the fox, you're not alone. Oh, so you love those parts of Russia? Yeah, I recently learned, only a very small bit, but still learned a little bit about like the people living in like in the Siberian parts of Russia, and how they are like totally different from the rest of Russia, and how there's like a whole like small cities surrounded by giant holes that they have just been digging because they want to get materials and stuff from those holes, and they can find like very rare materials in the ground up there. And those holes are freaking huge, and they look so weird. Oh, so your parents like the warm stuff? Then don't come to Sweden. Except if it's like in the middle of summer. Then Sweden can get like to 30 degrees. But most of the year, it's kind of between 0 and 10 degrees all the time. Well, you would know, it's basically the same where you live. Oh, you've been to Finland. Finland is pretty nice. I've only been in the harbor of Helsinki once. Because I was taking a cruise that was going to Estonia. I actually got engaged on that cruise. Next year begins the time of holidays on my own. But why are you gonna have holidays on your own? That sounds kind of neat, actually, to just chill out on your own. And the Fox is from UK. It's also a very nice place. But I've never been to the UK. Like, at all. I've kind of been to Finland, but never UK. Germany I have been to, but only once. I went to Stuttgart in the southern parts in the summer of when is that? Like 2018, I think, 2019. Actually went there on a tour. I wasn't touring, but I went there with a band that was on tour, and I like fixed the sound and carried their stuff, and they paid me in like food and beer and housing during the trip. Almost done with this burnout. And second burn is done. And I realize now that our descending node is actually like almost at our apoapsis, so we could probably change our angle once we're there. We can do one more burn like this, then we could probably change that. Let's see if we can transfer some more fuel and maybe ditch these stages now. It might be time. But first of all, fuel transfers. Hopefully with no interruptions. Out from there and in from there. Not in from, into. Oh, you're gonna go to university. Cool. What are you gonna be studying? I just read that question or statement that somebody asked if you were a furry. And yeah, okay. Because I kind of felt like that you were just leading up to it and then gave us nothing. I wanted to know more. Is it true? Are you the fluffy kind? Or are you not? Okay, now I'm gonna try once more to transfer fuel in here. Okay, now it works for some reason. I remember this update being very messed up when it came to the fuel transfer. Because there was a bug a long time where the fuel transfers just didn't work as they should. Engineering in Hamburg. Oh, that sounds cool. I gotta say, that sounds very cool. Way cooler than my education. I'm gonna try and become a teacher in history and another subject that I still haven't figured out how to translate. The best I've come up with is social studies or social science. It's like the studies of how societies work, economics, politics, and even some other stuff like space and stuff like that. Yeah, that's true. If you study engineering, you at least are gonna be better at KSP, I think. Oh, you gotta go. Have a good one, the fox. It's nice having this conversation with you. And I hope that I will see you in the future. This fuel transferring is a bitch. So don't really know how to do it in the best way. And it still is kind of laggy. Okay, now let's take this one and that one and try to refuel that. Okay, that didn't work. Did not work, okay. I'll try with just one of them. Did not work. I don't know why it just stops working for some reason. And now it does work. Very true. It is not just about math. Definitely. It is also a whole bunch about physics. So I think really, I mean, engineering would definitely help if you were trying to become a KSP professional. But I think a degree in physics would probably be the best to have. Let's make this next one into a 2-minute burn. So we are gonna be kind of off on the weight now, because I didn't manage to transfer the fuel exactly like I wanted it to. And I think we are definitely gonna ditch the next stage after this burn. But yeah, like I said, probably a degree in physics and maybe aerodynamics or something like that would be good to have. Oh, well, not that much aerodynamics, because you only need to get outside the atmosphere for most missions, and then you're pretty much done with any aerodynamics. So just study orbital mechanics. Then you're good. True, nowhere near real life. Although we are playing the real solar system mod, which is kind of like real life. Only that we have infinite amount of power, or not power, money. And things don't get destroyed like they do in real life. Things don't behave like they do in real life. We can ignite the engines how many times we want, at least in this version of it. But yeah, you can, of course, you can never get it as close to reality as reality is. You can never get it to reality. Or well, I'm not saying never, but not right now. We can still get kind of close. I know that they use KSP to teach orbital mechanics at NASA. That's like a real thing. I think that's pretty cool. True, you don't need to know how the engines work to use them. I mean, I know many people that drive cars and have no idea how an engine works. Although I kind of wish that some of them did. You know, at least like a little bit would be nice. Some people knew, like, just in general how a car works. I don't know how it is in Germany, but in Sweden, when you take your driver's license, you kinda need to know at least somewhat how the car works in some of the parts to even get a driver's license. Okay, now I only need to put this fuel somewhere else. Fill that one up, and then let's put the rest in this one. They're not totally even, but I think now that, yes, all of those are empty. Those are the ones that are set to decouple first, yes. So now we're gonna go to our apoapses and ditch these. Just gonna point ourselves to retrograde and burn for a little bit. Putting them far into the atmosphere. And quick save first before I do anything. Stage, those are gone. And time to flip around. yeah, that's kind of what you need to know in Sweden as well. How to like change oil, how to check that you have enough water in the radiator. It is called a radiator, right? I think so. I don't know. I think. But I think a lot of things. Let's just see what a 2-minute burn would do. Okay, 2-minute burn would put us out here. So I think I'm gonna do that 2-minute burn. And then we'll go out here and see, or at least I'm gonna make a maneuver node and see how much that would cost us to change our angle so we can match the moon. Because it would just be a little bit easier going to the moon that way. There we go. Although I just realized something, because I have a driver's license for driving a car, and I also have taken 2 different driver's licenses. Is that the plural version of driver's license? Driver's licenses? I don't know. Not important. I have taken 2 different tests for getting a driver's license for a light motorcycle and a medium motorcycle, I guess you'd call it. Mellankörkort, as it's called. Which is like middle driver's license. It's for different types of motorcycles, basically. But when we did those, they didn't really ask us that much about the motorcycles or like how to do different things. It was more about like the lights on it, and it wasn't like about can you change or can you check the oil or the water. I didn't have like a water cooling engine though, so I couldn't check that even if they asked me to. We learned more about like how to check that you have the right amount of like the right amount of air in the engine, not in the engine, air in the wheels, and make sure that the things in the middle, I can't come up with the English word for them, kullager, things in the middle of wheels that makes them spin easier, to make sure that those weren't worn out and they were fresh and were not gonna break or anything. They were more concerned about that stuff, and also like how to check that your bike isn't too loud, because that has apparently been a problem, that people just make their motorcycles way too loud, and that's illegal. The chain, yeah, check that the chain is have the right amount of tension on it. It's not too tense and not too loose. Oh, the chain wasn't no, it was not that thing with the wheels that I was talking about. It's the how do I explain it? You have it on like normal bicycles and stuff as well, but in the middle of a wheel you have this I mean the direct translation would be ball layer, but that's not what it is. But well, kind of. You know, the thing that has like a small ring and then a bigger ring, and in the middle of those There are small balls that makes it spin evenly and better. You oil that up and it spins real well. I have it on like skateboards as well. No, wait a second, I'm gonna Google it to see if I can find what it's called. Oh, I still have that on. Ball bearings is apparently what it's called. Das Kugellager. Yeah, exactly. Kugellager. It's funny, I instantly knew that you got that right. And I know a little bit of German, but I'm not that good. But I almost feel proud that I understood that. But yes, making sure those are correct and not worn out and stuff like that. That was more important to my, according to my driver instructor or teacher. Which I can understand. That is important stuff. Ooh, but back to the game, I just realized something. We are now in space high. That is our situation. We are in a high orbit. Or not a high orbit, but we are high above the Earth, which means we can now do like all of our experiments again and get new science. So I'm gonna start with transferring one of you guys up there and start doing all the experiments that we have. Put all of that data in there. Log the temperature, take that in there. Log that one, and I moved him up here so I can do a crew report. Then we can do an EVA with you. Do an EVA report, board you again. Log, get that down there. And then we can transfer you back. And now we have, oh damn, we can have 1,000 data in this thing. I thought it was only 500. But damn, we can have 1,000 data in here. Nice, now I have 220, what was it? I don't remember, I don't care. We have a lot of data in there now, which is very good. I think I did all the experiments that I have. I did that one, those two, and that, yes. And I did the crew report in eBay, yes, okay. Now we can time warp up here. I'm gonna make a maneuver node first. See how much would we have to burn. Okay, it's almost like 700 meters per second, but maybe it's worth it. Can at least burn a little bit. Gonna make sure that we are pretty close to that when we start burning. Changes but change kind of quickly, which is good. Sehr gut, ja. Yeah, why not? Let's burn a bit more and see how much we can change it. I don't want this to fall behind me too much. I thought if I stopped moving along with it, maybe it would start coming back to me or something. But no, seems like it's just gonna fall away from me. We got it 0.0. Nice. Okay. Now let's see. When do we want to make this burn to get a little intersect with the moon? I think there. No, the orbit before this one. No. Let's go back to 0. That is pretty close. But why can't we get it closer? Probably because our orbit is not in the correct position. Okay, so I guess we're gonna have to wait a whole bunch of orbits. Why can't I? Okay, screw that one. Let's make a new one. Now we got one instantly. What the fuck? Guess that might have been the problem. Oh, and it just popped in and then popped away. So we're gonna make that burn. So that's, I guess, how close we can get from now. And then we'll do a correction burn a bit later on. Gotta remember that word. Das Kugellager. I don't think I'll have that much use for it, but I like to know it anyways. I'm weird like that when it comes to knowing different languages. I can't remember it now, but I knew the word for shirt. That was like the first word that I learned in Greek. I learned the word for shirt. I have no use for that, but I was glad I knew it. 'Cause someday, maybe, I'll need to use that. And then I'm gonna be happy that I learned it. I have no idea why I would use it, why I would need it, but maybe. Let's see how the fuel has been draining from this now. Okay, it is only draining from the outside now. And these ones are almost full. I don't know why they have lost a little bit. Oh, probably because we did that boost back burn. Okay, let's make a quick save here. Then let's burn a little bit more and see what will happen. I think I'm just gonna point myself radial in. Time warp a bit up here. And then we're gonna burn ourselves radial in, because I think that will just be easier, an easier way to get us close to the moon. I've gotten so used to actually saying the moon now that it kind of feels like if I go back to playing stock Kerbal Space Program, I'm gonna start calling the moon the moon. People are gonna get angry. Okay, so maybe this wasn't more efficient. Let's burn a bit more. Or let's time warp a bit more. And let's actually make a maneuver node. Yeah, okay. I mean, this is the only way that I need to be moving. Did that get further away? It did. So I actually burned the wrong way before, or did I? Now it seems like I am. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna get to the moon and then we'll do all the stuff that we need to once we're there. We have enough fuel. I don't need to be close to the moon to make or to get myself into an orbit. I'm just gonna get here, gonna make a maneuver node here, put ourselves into an orbit of some sort. And now that we are here, we are also gonna do what I did before. We are gonna redo all these science experiments. And try doing this while everything is moving. Aim camera up here, so it's a little bit easier at least. Put that in there, do that one, put that in there, that one. EVA report. Go back in there and use that, and then we're gonna transfer you back into here. We already have gotten 66 science. Just from the like flying around and shit. And yeah, we do have enough electricity now to do all the transfers and things that we could possibly imagine. I think. And I overshot it, but that doesn't matter because we weren't really on the peri-ups node anyways. Just wanted something to stop me from time warping too far, which of course is a problem that we have all made, or a problem that we have all had. Yes. Sometimes in our life we have just gone a little bit too far with the time warping. You know what? If I were to send a fuel stage similar to this one to this station now that it's around the moon, I could probably get this thing to Mars, which would be cool, although there would be like no way of getting the Kerbals back. At least not for the moment, but it would still be kind of cool. So maybe that's an idea for the future. I should really have a relay around the moon as well now that I actually have a station here. Feels weird not having it. I think I'll keep the space station in an elliptical orbit though, and not circularize it. Just want to make sure that I can get close to it, which I think is below I don't remember. Let's get it down to 100 kilometers, because I think that's still close. Or counts as close. Let's see when that situation bar changes. Still in space high. And still in space high. Below 200. Okay, so I think it was somewhere around 200. So somewhere around 200 is when it changes from being close to being, or from, yeah, close and far. The close and far thing changes. There. Yes. Oh, we are totally out of electricity. But why though? Probably because our craft is facing a weird way. So I gotta move this thing around. Still in space low. Good. Means we can still do the experiments. Run the magnetometer boom. Take those. Take that. Take that. Transfer you up here. I think this was the other Kerbal, the one that I haven't sent up here for a while. Ooh. And this one we can actually transmit. So we're gonna do that to get some instant science. Then do a new one, get in here, review that, put that in there. We can still put things in there, so we're not at 1,000 yet. Pretty close though. Oh damn, we get 50 science a day from this thing now. Damn. That's a lot. That's a lot of science. I think I'll just wait an orbit or two. Then we're gonna transfer some stuff from here. Oh, you know what? Can also get rid of those parts. Okay, we almost have 60 science in this thing now. Also clean those experiments, transmit that data. But let's get this thing up to apoapsis. And then point retrograde. There's the sun, there's the sun. Okay, I just gotta remember that I have to change it again. Like how it's pointing. Oh, you had to go. Shadow Master, of course. How could I forget? Sad that you have to leave. It was nice meeting you. We had a good time. Bye-bye. Have a good one. See you. Sayonara. Okay, I'm just gonna ditch those. Tim-piddim, bim-piddim, dun. Oh, don't hit it. Whoo! Talk about timing. And now let's get this thing into an orbit again. A 101 kilometers. We can't let that be 102. That is perfect. Okay, so I don't think there's anything else left to do with this thing but to just let it fly and do its thing. We can now get back to the space center and see if we can do anything with the science that we gained. Because we did transmit science 2 or maybe even 3 times. Have 180. Okay, so we can get something in this column. Something that we need. Is there anything that we need? Because now I want to send something to Venus that is my plan right now. Maybe we'll need some of these small engines, side-mounted ones. Or maybe we need some of these things. Oh, we might need some of these nose cones. Yes. So let's get that thing. And we're getting along here in the science tree. We have gone quite far. But yes, I have a plan now. And I'm gonna tell you all about that once I have gone and peed. And then I will come back and we'll get to Venus. I will be back, he said as he came back. Okay, Venus. Now my plan is that I'm gonna build some sort of flying thing that we're gonna try and land. I'm just gonna see. Okay, so we're gonna have to make it smaller than 2.5 meter. I also don't know if, like, what kind of engines work there. Probably no engines. I'm just gonna do a quick Google search and see if I can find out. KSP RSS. What should I search for? Venus. Air engine. How to get to Venus in RSS? No. Because I want to know if I can use air-breathing engines, because that would be really cool. Because then I could send something there and actually fly it. But since I don't know that, we're gonna assume that we can't. I'm gonna grab one of these. Gonna grab two of those. At least we might put some more on. Oh, and I can make this gold. I had no idea. That's awesome. Let's have that gold. And that's why I wanted these small ass nose cones. I thought... Okay, I only need this one. So then I can have a nose cone on it. So that looks cool. Okay. The plan now is... I'm gonna put some fuel stages on this. And of course we're gonna need some solar panels. And put 3 on here. Should be enough. We're gonna put some of these science experiments on. We're not gonna bring all of them though. We're gonna bring these 3. And I think I will have this one in the middle here because that one sticks out the least. Then we'll have those 2 a bit bulkier on the sides. And then my plan is to have a small engine on here, like the ant engine, just to give us some kind of thrust. Which again, this might not work. I have no idea. This is just a fun idea basically. Then my plan is to just put 2 wings on here. And stabilizing wing probably would be good to have. So something like this. With these wheels on. Drag that up in there. Then we'll have 2 at the back here. As far out as possible without it looking too weird. I think they're all even now, which is good. Let's check how our lift to weight ratio is. Put those a little bit further ahead. This should be able to fly now. My idea is that I'm gonna send this through the atmosphere and then we're gonna try and land it like a plane. Because last time I tried landing anything on that planet, it blew up. Because it wasn't able to land. Not like I wanted it to. Gonna have an antenna here that's gonna be kind of embedded in that wing thing. Wing thing, that was weird. It is a wing. Just an antenna there so we can have some connection. Then we're probably gonna have to put a probe out near the planet. But yes, this is gonna be the Venus Flex Fly. Now, first of all, before we go any further, I need to put this on and see. Yeah, the wingspan is too big. So with this thing, we're not gonna be able to do it. Although we might, and I'm just thinking out loud here, if we put a fairing on this, then it might survive re-entry anyways. Or let's save and let's go to the Research and Development Center and see where we have the next one of those heat shields. Because there is another heat shield somewhere. And you know which one I'm talking about. The really big one, the one that inflates. Where was those other heat shields? Trying to figure out where I should search for the next one. It might be in here, no. Might be in here. No. What the fuck is that? Oh yeah. You can have rings and stuff in this. Forget that sometimes. There is the 10-meter heat shield. Okay. So we need to unlock this and this. So we did about 500 science or something like that. Yeah, about that. But I mean, we are gonna have to time warp ourselves into a correct position to launch to Venus anyways. So we could just time warp a bit and then we go to the space station, transmit that science, and then we can have that that heat shield, the one that we want. And here we have Venus. I think Venus needs to be somewhere around there. Let's go to the space station. Now we should probably have a full load of science in here. Yeah. And we even got another load. So let's transmit that as well. And now it popped up a little bit, so let's transmit that last little bit. And we still have 700 data in here. Perfect. So when it comes to gaining science, I feel pretty safe that we don't really need to send anything too far out with too many things right now. I'm still gonna do it though. Still gonna be sending things out. Let's get that one and let's get this one, and now we have that heat shield, that 10-meter heat shield. We could also get something else. Oh, I'm just a little bit shy. I could have gotten the gravioli, that would have been awesome. Don't need anything there. Thinking if there's anything that I need for this particular mission, but I don't think it is. Get some robotic parts, we might need that. Some other wings and stuff. Oh, maybe. No, we did not get the wings that I thought of. So there are those small pointy wings that move. You know what I'm talking about. Probably not. Ah, these ones. Advanced Canard. Nice name. But no, we do not have enough to get that. What else can we get right now to help our situation in any way? I think nothing. I mean, these engines and stuff might be good to have later on. But right now, it's pretty useless. Could take that, because maybe we can use the aero brakes for something. I don't know. No. Soon. Okay, now let's go back to building. Dun, dun, dun. Venus Flex Fly. Okay. We also got this one. This one might actually be big enough. Yeah, okay, so we can get this one instead, so we don't need to have that 10-meter one. Noise. Think though that we are gonna put... We're gonna put a reaction wheel here. Actually 2. And plunk on a whole slew of batteries and then have that attached. Still looks like there's a big gap there, but I think it's fine. Oh, you can change color on these now. Cool, I'm gonna have it black. It's gonna become black at the end anyways. 'Cause it's gonna burn through the atmosphere. Oh, I can change. I think that's the color of the engine. I'm gonna have it that color. Can I change these as well? Ooh, I had no idea. Change those, then I'm gonna change that as well. That is cool. I can't change the color on that. Okay. So the lander itself is done now. We are gonna need a decoupler down here. And now I think it's time to switch editor. Okay, so now we need to get this thing to Venus safely, hopefully. Hopefully safely, yes. Hopefully dipfully. Sipfully sepfully. That is the biggest one we have right now. And below here we are probably gonna have something like this. Because we're definitely gonna have to use the nerve engines to get enough delta V to get anywhere near that planet. Because at least last time I went there, I had 2. Why does my brain always stop? Last time I went to Venus, I had to slow my orbit down a hell of a lot to be able to enter the atmosphere. I couldn't just come in and enter the atmosphere straight away. I had to slow it down using engines before entering. And I imagine the same thing goes for this time. I'm just curious to how I'm gonna do this now. Because now I'm thinking that could have service bay here. How does this change the colors of it? Wait a second, I'm gonna close it and see. What does this do? Oh, changes the bottom. That's like open, that's halfway closed and that closed. Okay, I'm gonna have it closed. Anyhow. As I was saying before I got off my trail, now we can probably have something like this in here. And then plonk this back up here. And I'm gonna copy the bottom stages there. And no, let's not. Let's have these on permanently. Then on here we will fit on one side. We'll fit one of those antennas, and on the other side we will fit another type of antenna. Just because it's cool. Ray trace. Okay. And some solar panels down here, why not? And some extra batteries. Because I think, yes, we do have these nose cone thingies now. Can I have those? Can auto strut those, and those. Can get rid of that because we already have kind of fuel lines in there. All those are gonna fire at once. Okay, so these will help us with most of our burn to most of the burn that we're gonna do to get from Earth to Venus, but not all of it. Would probably like to have a little bit more fuel on this. Now that looks dumb. I'm gonna add these to the outside. Didn't help that much, but it helped a little bit. Okay, so we're gonna ditch these before we like head off, and then this is gonna double as kind of a probe. Yeah, kind of a probe in the upper or lower, I don't know, some kind of atmosphere. I think I will put a little bit more solar panels on this thing because I think I might need it. Because this thing is not producing a lot of power itself. And I'm gonna do myself a favor. And I can't change that to anything right now. Okay, so I'm gonna have to wait. Because I just realized that I'm probably not going to be able to transmit anything straight off. Probably going to have to transmit that stages. But that's not what's important right now. What's important right now is that we get this thing flying shown. Which I have been playing for a long time. I've been wanting to do this for a long time, and now I'm finally here. So let's get this show on the road. Won't ya? Just Gotta check that we have struts and everything so it will be stable and noise. Okay, I know all of those are strutted. Perfect. And I think it's fairing time. Maybe. No, we need something in between there. I'm thinking now, should I try and get this all the way into Norbit? I think maybe I should. So maybe it would be a wise idea. Maybe actually it would be easier to just take that off and copy this thing. Place that down here. Let's open it up and see if everything is still inside. Yes, it is. Okay, perfect. Close. And now we can put the fairing on. I think. And we can't make the fairing big enough. But that is no problem because we can always just drag these in a little bit. Fucking, I just realized this is probably too big too then. So let's take this up. Twist. And in. And hopefully that's not too far out now. Let's try and build this fairing once again. And it works. And it works. Yes, good. Good, 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 good. There we go. Okay. I gotta put those solar panels to an action group as well. Just so we don't forget. Auto strut. There's the skiff. Where is the skipper? There's the skipper. 720. The skiff made it 760. And the poodle gave it 804. Okay, we're gonna go with the poodle this time. The thrust is so bad. But we're gonna go with it anyways. Just because it's a little bit more efficient. And now for the rocket. This is the interesting part, if you ask me. And anyone, really, probably. Yeah, you can probably ask anyone. And here we're gonna have the skipper on this stage, I think. Okay, that's still too bad. Let's just skip that stage and have this go on here. Okay, so we have 1700 in this stage. And now for the next and probably a lot bigger stage. Let's put 3 of those on there, a main sail engine down there. And then try and replicate what I did a couple of rockets ago. Ooh, you know what? This might actually work pretty well, because that looks cool. As long as I have these, which I do. Oh yeah, heck yeah. Autostrut, autostrut. And now we need to build something outside here. Just checking the strutting. Those were not strutted and not those either, which makes me believe that the ones on the inside here might not have struts either, and they didn't. That could have been catastrophic. Because especially if one of these stages on the main core stage doesn't have auto strut on them, then it can be, like I said, catastrophic. Put struts on that. Seems a little bit crooked. I don't. It's kind of correct. It's good enough, I would say. I'm sorry if I'm awfully quiet right now, but I'm just trying to focus on building. Okay, now all of it has struts, right? At least all of the big engines have struts. Okay, now I think the staging is correct. We are still short quite a good amount of thrust. No, not thrust, but fuel though. So those decouple, that decouples, that starts, that opens. decouples. Not those decouples. All of those starts, then those decouples. Then that, and that, and then that. Yes, okay. But down here we are still a bit short. So we're just gonna do the old copy paste. And hope that the game doesn't crash. Because I gotta say, it doesn't crash often. But when it does, it's because I'm doing something like this. Where's the decouplers? These. Where are these ones? I can't find them anywhere. Excuse him, what? Oh, they're in there. Cool. That could have ruined a perfectly good launch. Okay, now it has 9,611. It is so close. So you know what I will do? We're gonna put some solid rocket boosters on the outside here, and then we're gonna call it quits. Just 6 ones like that. No big deal. Nothing super, nothing extra. Just some thrusters. Or maybe I could. 'Cause I definitely can. If I just do that, then I kind of do the same thing that I did before, but with these. Why are all of these coming in crooked? Probably the first placement weirdly. Oh, do I have any new nose cones? Maybe I have. No. I don't think there are nose cones that fit these things. So I'm just gonna copy that. Get rid of the fuel. And get rid of the fuel in these ones. Take this. Hope that the game doesn't crash, 'cause it didn't, which was nice. Okay, now let's check the decoupling. Decouple those first, yes, then we decouple that stage, then that stage, then that stage, then that, and that, and yada 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 yada. Okay, now we have in this 9,880. Really hope that's enough. It should be. Oh, we need to change launch complex as well. Because now we're in, what was it, French New Guinea, something like that. I don't know. But we gotta be launching from Kennedy Space Center or Cape Canaveral. And we're actually in a pretty good spot to launch. So we don't have to do any time warping or anything. We're just gonna go back in, take the rocket, and launch. Just take it one step at a time. Nice and slow. And nothing will explode. Save and launch. And this is also one of those moments where you just hope that nothing explodes. But also one of those moments when you hope the game doesn't crash, because it could very easily crash right now. Oh, the whole thing jumped. Oh, okay, we're cool. I thought for sure when it loaded in, you probably saw that the whole thing just jumped a little bit. I thought for sure, okay, we are done. This thing is gonna explode now. Are we ready? It is time to launch Sea Rocket! And we have 5 frames. Fuck yeah. It's insane. How can you have this many frames? I need to roll up here. Gotta see how those solid rocket boosters doing. I actually think we should take our thrust down quite a bit. Because I think those solid rocket boosters will burn out before our first... Or, no. Backwards, that our first stage will burn out before the solid rocket boosters. Did look that way. Were they down here? Yeah. These are the ones. Just trying to nudge it a little bit to the side, but not too much. Still climbing slowly. Gonna take the thrust down even more because we do have a lot of thrust. And roll up, which takes a while. Oh, we're only halfway done with these now. And we are more than halfway done with those. So yeah, we really need to keep the thrust down, maybe even more, to make sure that those solid rocket boosters burn out first. Did not plan for this. So maybe that was a bad choice. I mean, we are still climbing, so... And we are still speeding up. It's just that we're speeding up very slowly now. And not using all of our thrust, which is bad. But poor design makes it so you have to fly poorly, I guess. Very soon we are gonna decouple those. And start throttling up now. First decouple perfectly. Those next engines are gonna burn out very soon. As quick as they burn out, we're gonna start tipping over a lot more because we did not tip over as much as I thought we would. We are already at 20 kilometers. It's not good that we are not at more of an angle. Me no like it. So right now we're just wasting fuel fighting off gravity. Let's just point ourselves at where we want to go and hope that our trajectory actually follows. Which I think it will. Okay, I think it's a little bit better now. Still have 1,000 meters per second left in this stage. I'm gonna set us to point 30 degrees. I'm gonna go out into map mode. Setting the moon as our target to see. Okay, we're a little bit off. But it ain't too bad. Nothing we can't handle. Our angle is going to be different as well from the moon's. It's not exactly Venus's orbit isn't exactly like the moon's. It's just a good thing to have as a little helper. Like in the same way that you can use the moon in stock KSP. Oh, the moon, I mean, in stock KSP. Did I just... Yes, I just lost time to apocalypse. I'm gonna stop following my trajectory and just keep burning at this 20-degree marker. I think that's fine. We still have a lot of delta V in this stage. and the next stage. And then a little bit in the last one. I think we need to put this here though. Time for decoupling. Last of the outer stages is now off. Now we are down to the smallest one that is still a huge one, I would say. Tilt ourselves up a little bit more. Stitch that fairing. Don't need it no more. We don't need it no more. Our angle has actually become a little bit better. Yeah, let's burn a little bit like this. Hopefully we can help that. I don't know, maybe this just makes it worse. That might actually be the case. But we have to try. Okay, we have left the atmosphere now at least. And time to apoapsis is now increasing. Let's check the angle again. Okay, 2.2 now. That is better. What was it, like 3.6 when we began, I think? We also need to gain some time to apoapsis now because the next stage is not gonna have nearly as good thrust to weight as this stage has. Okay, 1 degree, I think that is good enough. Now I'm just gonna focus on the rest of the flight. I think this will burn out pretty perfectly because I wanted to get to about 300 kilometers in height with this orbit, and I did. Perfect. Now that it's far enough away that I think we can time warp ourselves a little bit closer. Start burning somewhere around here instead. Can also place our marker down here. And now we can do a little time warping because this is gonna take a while. This stage is slow as fuck. Okay, now I think we're getting too far away from our apoapsis again. Let's go down to till we're 1 minute away. And point ourselves maybe a little bit down. Could be under the line with our marker. And I think actually this rocket as well is gonna be like as spot on as the last one was. As in that it actually works and does what it should. And it's not like chewing on its last straw in the end for not having enough fuel. And I just remembered we can take this all the way into orbit and circularize. Because we did count on that and can now decouple this stage and turn this around. Yeah, we have the electricity for it. And yes, like I said, we can now turn this around and get it back down. We could almost get this thing to the moon. We had so much fuel left. Change back. And now we can open the solar panels. Make a quick save. Stage those engines. Make a little burst just to see that everything works. And now it's time to try and get to Venus. Set Venus as our target. I think we need to make the maneuver node somewhere around here. I ain't totally sure, but we could try that. Then we're of course gonna be moving it around a little bit, but yeah, I think I was pretty spot on there. Oh, we even got a close encounter there. That was like not that far off. It would be awesome if we didn't have to make an inclination change, which I was planning to do that. No, wrong way. Hello. It's like nothing was happening there. Okay, I think we're gonna get pretty close with this burn. If we make a burn kind of like this at least. And then we can probably make a mid-course correction. Like always, I'm not gonna do the whole burn in one take. I'm gonna divide it up into, I think it's gonna be 3 burns. So 2 burns with this stage and then one last one. So let's start off with a 3-minute burn. So it seems like a 3-minute burn would be perfect, since we have 6 minutes and 19 seconds of burn time in this stage. Should probably check as well that fuel transfer and stuff is working as it should, and it is perfect. Yes, it's working as it should. Could actually extend this antenna as well. Not that it does that much, but it's worth doing. Okay, I'm gonna burn a little bit over 30 seconds here because I started a little bit late. Stop it there. rid of that one. Let's make a new maneuver. Okay, there we go. Time warp up to that. And now we're gonna burn almost all the fuel in this stage. Pretty much all the fuel. Not exactly all. That's gonna be about a 3-minute burn as well. There we go. There's a second blade there. But I think we are good. Feels like the weight is off now. Wants to tip a little bit one way. I don't know why. It's weird. Me no likey. Okay, we still have almost a minute left to burn. It's like wobbly. I don't like that. There we go. Now we're gonna go up to our apoapsis. Do a retrograde burn. And get rid of these boosters. Well, boosters is maybe the wrong word for it. Fuel stages. Put them deep inside the atmosphere there. Had to use the other engines a little bit, but that's fine. And now we're just gonna turn around. Turn around. Also boost ourselves upwards a little bit so we can just minimize the risk of plunking into those fuel stages, as I call them. And now this is gonna be not the biggest burn. Somewhere around there. Stopped almost perfectly. Feels like 5,000. We're gonna have well about 4,000 when we're done with this burn. Then say maybe 500 for the mid-course correction burn. So we're gonna have about like 3,500 left. It feels like that should be enough to slow ourselves down enough to be able to enter the atmosphere. I don't know, but I hope it is. Gonna start this burn at 120. Starting at 122 just so we can get ahead of this a little bit. I hate that this probe doesn't allow me to just point at target. point at maneuver node. I mean, not pointing at a certain target, I get that. Not a certain target and not be able to point at the maneuver node, that sucks. Could have at least given us one of them. But I don't know. That's just my opinion. I think the weight is off on this thing. So whenever I start time warping, it does go a little bit to the side. And that sucks. I don't want that. Yeah. And it goes to exactly the same side every time. That's why I think it's a weight issue. The weight is off. The reaction control does become worse when you try and time warp. Physical time warp. Okay, there it disappeared. I'm gonna do a quick save here. Just gonna do some small changes up and down and see. Here we have it. Okay. It's weird. Okay, forget me saying that this was gonna be a small burn. This is not gonna be a small burn as it looks right now. I think I'm gonna burn retrograde a little bit. So we can get that back. Let's see, what happens if we do a mid-course correction already here close to Earth? Okay, we could do a burn like that. Okay, that actually got us a lot closer. Damn, that's a big burn. It only does less and less the further away we are, I guess. But damn, that's a big burn. I don't want to do that big of a burn. Okay, I'm just gonna time warp us out. So I don't even want to consider doing burns there. Because it just feels weird. And that's why. This is already way smaller burn. I'm not getting as close though, but I think I'm onto something. I think down, back, more down. Yeah, okay. I think I got it. We're gonna have to burn really like 1,000 meters or more. Seems like it. Maybe I should have planned better for this. I'm gonna try something differently. Okay, that's gonna be a couple of thousand. How much do we need to burn over here? Change your inclination. Okay, it's still a heck of a lot. I think we might have made a mistake with this burn. Because I don't know how we're gonna get close enough and then still have enough fuel left to do everything that we need to do. I think our best option might just be to burn that very like weird burn here. Okay, I think I got something now. Maybe. I don't know. I think maybe I'm gonna try and start over this. And then see if I can... no, that's wrong. Add maneuver node. See what happens if we use some other things. See, yeah, this made us go a lot closer with less effort. So maybe that's the answer, that I was just using the wrong... I was using the wrong meter and going the wrong way, or whatever you'd call it. Okay, now I lost it. There it is. Keep losing it. I don't really know what I'm gonna do. Maybe this launch was just bad. Maybe we can do a quick load.
Just did a bad thing.
Maybe we can go back to here and change something. I think we should probably just have launched in different place. Wait a second, I saw something happen. There is something flickering there. Oh, that's us getting a intersect with Earth. Yeah, I don't want that. Skip that one. Just gonna try burning different ways, see if we get closer. Anyhow. Okay, just the same. About the same. Ah, hate this shit, because I know if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna have to do a huge fucking burn, probably. Let's see if there's anything I can do right off the bat from here. No, that's wrong. We got a little bit closer, then we got further away. Let's try some other stuff. Radial out didn't work. Radial in is our only last option. How can it be that whatever direction I'm burning in, it gets me further away from the planet? It just doesn't add up. Shouldn't work that way, right? I'm gonna see what happens if we make a maneuver node and just keep burning prograde. So we might get another encounter. Okay, we don't. It's fun to see how it changes though. It's just a fun thing to watch. How am I getting out of this? I think the answer is that I'm not. think the answer is just that I'm gonna have to swallow this. And I have to go out and I'm gonna have to do like 1,000 meters per second burn. It's a mid-course correction. Probably gonna be way more than 1,000, I realized. Heck, now we're getting further away, okay. It's just such small changes. Okay, that's gonna make it so we're like we've taken down the distance by half. At least it's something. I'm gonna keep that other quick save though. Just so I know that I have the option to go back and redo everything. Because I truly believe that I will need like 3,000 meters per second at least to slow myself down around the planet before re-entering. Sorry for that. Okay, that made us come closer, and then it disappeared. Face the opposite way, and now we're back. Okay, let's see if we can make another maneuver node somewhere. Ah, fuck you. Sorry. scared of this shit now. Finally, we got a fucking approach. Okay, that's decreasing the amount we need to burn, which is good. Increasing it, which is bad. I don't know what this does, but it gets us closer. Okay, if we burn this 1200, then we will get there, but we'll probably not have enough to slow down and get this thing into an orbit. And you know, I didn't only want to get this thing into an orbit to make it easier for me to re-enter. I also kind of needed it because I need something to have contact with, because I was gonna use the fuel stage as a probe. And now just everything is uncertain. And I just realized that I have done a quick save. Or no, I mean a quick load, which means I can't revert the flight. So we're just gonna have to do this now. But you know what? I think we can do it. I refuse to stop believing, even though all the odds are against us. The numbers do not add up, but I'm gonna try. Just because it would be so freaking cool to get this thing to Venus. It would be so cool if it actually worked. And it is time up and down. You know what I just realized? Maybe we could have just done a flyby here. And then slow ourselves down by the flyby. So now we're gonna go here. We're gonna make a maneuver node and see. Fuck yeah, we have enough to slow us down to get into an orbit. I did not think that was gonna be possible. That is fucking awesome. I guess I'm just coming in way slower now than I did last time. Because last time I think I had to spend like 2,000 meters per second or something like that to slow myself down enough. But my god, this is fucking awesome. And I just realized we can transmit some science as well. So let's do that while we are here. Oh, I just realized now as well that we forgot to bring a thermometer. No, the magnetometer. Boom. Which is not a thermometer. I don't know what all these words mean. But I forgot to bring one. Still in space high. When are we in space low? Now we're in space low. Oh, we're still quite high up. Okay, we can probably start burning now. Well, we can get rid of that one. I'm also gonna get over here and transmit that science just because we can. Awesome. Awesome possum. Okay, I'm moving at about 10,000 meters per second. Last time when I got here, I was moving at, I think, 13,000 meters per second when I was at the periapsis. So yeah, we're going a lot slower this time. So basically, I had nothing to worry about. My worries were all in vain. Okay, so I could get this down quite a bit. Let's make a new quick save, because now we're here, we're in orbit. Everything seems to be fine. The question now is, should we try and re-enter while having this orbit, or should we try skimming the top of the atmosphere a couple of times and slowing down that way? Or what do we do? 'Cause I'm not sure right now. I think I'll go down. I'm gonna go around one more time, and we're gonna burn a little bit and slow ourselves down. Not a whole lot though, but we'll burn like half the fuel we have left or something like that. Let's burn till we have 400 meters per second left. Just so we have a good amount to move around if we want to do that. Now I think I'll start with just trying out skimming the top of the atmosphere. How low would that be? Can't see shit right now. Still not see shit. 200. Okay, take it down to 100. It's gonna make a big impact. I think I'll just... No, I'll time warp up here first. And I think we're just gonna wing it. We gonna wing it. I think the atmosphere starts at 150, 140, something like that. There, okay, I think about 140, 145 maybe. That's where it starts at. Let's go a tad bit deeper. Let's go 135. 130 maybe. Let's go through that and just see if we would survive. Because that's not that high. or that deep into the atmosphere. I mean, we're not gonna slow down that much either. I mean, you can see the very minimal amount of impact it's gonna have. But I'm thinking if we point ourselves this way, then we'll have a bigger body taking off, or taking atmospheric pressure things, you know. Then maybe it could actually make a difference. But we get no heating whatsoever around this height. Okay. Let's just time warp ourselves out of this. Okay, 145 is when the atmosphere starts, it seems like. Let's go up to apoapsis again and take ourselves down a little bit more. Because I think, like, the atmosphere on Venus is kind of like the atmosphere on Eve, in that it, like, when it starts, it really starts. And it gets going. So let's go down to 120. Try that. See if we survive. We always have that quick save. Oh, and I accidentally time warped us in here. So we passed the lowest part. But it seems that everything is still fine. I mean, if the solar panels would blow up, that would be like the first sign that, okay, this is too much. But the solar panels seems to be fine anyway, so I think we can go a little bit lower maybe. Not too much lower though. I think we are on the edge here of what we can do. I think I'll shut down both those engines so we just have one active. Take down the thrust to about 50%, just so we can more easily take down our periapsis altitude. You can take it down just a little bit. $150. I don't think I should go any lower than that, because that seems dangerous. I don't even know if I'm gonna survive this, and I just realized that I didn't make a quick save before this. Moment of truth, I guess. I'm gonna go in like this. We'll probably see pretty quickly if anything starts to heat up. Okay, we got some heating there, and okay, yeah. Basically all the important parts blew up.
Just did a bad thing.
So now I know that. Not below 120. If we even want to do this. I think... Okay, I do really need to pee, so I'm gonna go pee and think about this. And yes, I know I need to pee again, but... I've been drinking a lot. And I'm nervous. But I'm gonna go pee, think about this. Because I think maybe we should just maybe we should just try and drop the payload down now. So drop the payload down, switch to the other craft, boost it up again, and then see if the payload survives. Because the payload has a heat shield, so it could survive. We'll see. Okay. I have decided. We're gonna try. We are gonna try. So let's see first. How far into the atmosphere do we think we need to put this thing? I'm thinking... Yeah, okay, it seems like 97 will be enough. So we'll go with that. That's gonna decouple that thing. Yes, that is what we want to do. Eddy a couple. Switch back to this. Point this prograde, because this is not going into the atmosphere. But I gotta say, it looks pretty cool now that it has this thing on. Usually it looks pretty awful with that thing, but now I think it actually looks quite nice. Okay. The probe, or the fuel stage, transfer stage, is just behind us. Oh, sorry. I don't know how to place this, but I think I'll place it like this. The wings should be inside the fairing, so it should be fine. But there's a lot of doubts about this. Could just all blow up and the whole mission is screwed. Do some slow time warping, okay. Starting to get rid of some ablative. That shield, it's getting hot, it's getting warm. Is literally glowing, but the wings are not showing any signs of heating up. I was just about to say, but okay. So now we know that doesn't work.
Just did a bad thing.
So the question is, what do we do? I think the only thing we can do really is use our engines to at least get inside the atmosphere. And then we're just gonna have to skim the atmosphere a whole bunch of time with this whole thing. Gonna go down to 25, and we're gonna have to do a whole bunch of orbits to slow this thing down. 'Cause apparently we can't go in this quickly. Or, I mean, we could cheat. 'Cause technically this is only a prototype thing. But still, cheating would be cheating. We're in science mode. If I were in sandbox, I could have cheated and I wouldn't really think about it that much. But now it feels bad. I feel like I can't do that. This is gonna be a whole lot of orbits. We're not slowing down that much every time we go through. And I mean, sure, there are other ways to do this. There's definitely other ways to do this. Could go a little bit deeper into the atmosphere. Maybe I could skim the atmosphere multiple times with the heat shield. That's actually not a bad idea. I think I might do that. Yeah, because this is just gonna take so much time. But you know what we're gonna do first? First we're gonna get inside the atmosphere once more. But this time we're gonna point retrograde. And then when I'm at my periapsis, I'm gonna burn the engines. And I'm not gonna burn out all the fuel, but most of it. That did make quite a change. Now I think, yeah, gonna go up again. Now we're gonna do a small burn to slow ourselves down. Just so we get to like maybe 110 or something. Something like that. Make a quick save here. Decouple. Change back to this. Prograde. Still, we don't want this thing to blow up. I want this to just be over that. gotta make sure that we don't run out of electricity as well. So I have to make sure that we're pointing the right way, since this thing doesn't have solar panels that point in every direction. They're just pointing one way. Notice how my voice got a lot lower, both in volume and tone. That's because I'm tired of this bullshit. Nah, but really, I am starting to get tired of this. Would be really nice to just be able to land this thing. And I see now that even this height might have been too far down. I'm not gonna do any physical time warping even when I'm at this altitude. We're burning off a lot of the ablative shield as well. That's not good. Did not think it was gonna have that big of an impact at this altitude. Although we are slowing down quite efficiently. But yeah, just one turn in and that's like half of our ablative shield gone. Okay, and apparently it says next time around that we're gonna land. And we burnt off way more than half of our ablative shield. So this is gonna be interesting. Stop the time warping for a second and just see. It still says we're gonna land. So maybe we went in too deep. And why is it lagging so much? That is scaring me. That gives me the impression that we might crash the game. And that would not be good. Okay, solar panels are facing the correct way. Ablative shield is almost done. Should have brought 2 ablative shields. But now I know that for next time. Okay, now it starts draining on the ablative shield. I think I'll stop time warping when we get down to 110. This is when it starts to get scary. Damn, that's burning off quick. I mean, I've used a lot of ablative shields in my days. Or heat shields. And I've never seen them burn off that quickly. The question is, once we get to that point when it's all like empty, it's just gonna blow up instantly. Because it might be. Okay, the heating kind of stopped. I'm scared now. No, it just shows that it's really warm. We're not blowing up yet. We are slowing down very quickly. Okay, this might work. This might actually work. The next problem is just gonna be that we're gonna have to detach from this and try and fly this thing and land it. And as of right now, we don't have any way of controlling this thing because that thing is over there. That thing. So I don't know what we're gonna do actually. Okay, we're getting some heat again. We're still slowing down at a tremendous speed. But it seems like we're at least gonna survive. Problem now is that we're not gonna be able to control it. Maybe I should have brought another one of those things. Okay, getting a lot of heating here. Do not like to see those sparks and that shaking. We are almost up to 10 Gs. We're at 8.5, 9 Gs of deceleration. Okay, it starts dropping down now. Good, good, good. Although at this speed, if we keep on slowing down, and then we will go very slow down. Although, no. This thing won't have the time to get around and get in contact with us. I hoped for that, but no, that's not gonna be possible. So I think this is gonna be a bust as well. We actually survived. And now we don't have any connection. So we can't do shit anyways. That sucks. Because you know what that means. You know that means that this is not gonna survive. We're not gonna be able to fly it like I wanted it to. We're gonna have to go back. Yeah, gonna have to go back and try.
Just did a bad thing.
Yeah, I just did a bad thing. We're gonna have to try and figure something out. So we know now that we can drop it down. We can drop it down to this height and it will land in 2 orbits of this. I'm just gonna try to do something kind of simple to try and fix this. Which is make the orbital period of this stage a whole lot longer. Well, not a whole lot. I can't do that much, but change it all that I can. Making that orbital period longer might make it so we actually have contact with this thing once we're on the other side. So then it might not have the time to go around and it might be over here instead of all the way up there. I don't know, but it feels like it's worth a shot, at least. All burnt out. Switch back to this thing, point retrograde and into the sun, preferably. Okay, now I think we might be screwed anyways. I'm gonna try and time warp us through this time. Hopefully we don't explode. But if we can do that, then we know that... Well, then we know we can do that. And then we can test out our theory. Theory of how to slow down. And have a connection to the KSC. To steer shit. I think we have more ablative left now than we had last time. Yeah, we do. We had 500 something last time. Now we have 663. Weird, but I'm also kind of okay with it. Okay, yeah, we're not gonna have connection with that. So we're gonna lose it now, and then we're gonna be down, and then that's gonna be up there. Yeah, okay. New idea.
Just did a bad thing.
Starting to get tired of that now. We could try burning a little bit more. Because that could possibly do it so we just go into the atmosphere, slow down, go out, and then go in again. Then we'll be on the other side, and then we'll have connection to this. The problem is I don't know how much I need to burn. But we'll try. We'll get it down to 100. Then decouple. See how that looks. Okay, that looks like we're gonna land instantly. Yeah. And we know we couldn't survive that before, but we might be able to survive that now. I don't know, but it feels like it's worth trying this as well. Everything is worth trying. That is outside the atmosphere. No, I did not mean to start burning because I don't have any engine active. So that was weird. But we can still try this. See if it works. Then we're golden. Then we're gonna be able to land. Okay, once it starts to get hot, just like last time, I'm gonna stop time warping because physical time warping, although it worked last time, it can still mess things up, you know. I'm gonna do the same at 110. We're gonna stop that time warping, and now it's just about hope. So already this was not meant to happen. This wasn't what I wanted. But if it works, it works. And we are starting to slow down very quickly, and that ablator is burning like hell. Come on now, you can survive this. Come on now, the worst part is over. Now we're only slowing down at 12, like 12.1 Gs. It's It's nothing. We still have a ablator. And now the ablative shield has, or the ablator on the heat shield has, for some reason, kind of stopped burning off. I wonder why. That doesn't matter because we still have a connection. And we're still surviving, weirdly enough. And I think we got through it actually. That is fucking awesome. That is just wonderful. And now I guess it's just a matter of time warping a whole lot. This is gonna take a while. Actually, I think it's a matter of doing some science as well. And I don't know where the sun is because I can't see the sun. The sun is straight up from us. Okay, there it is. Don't know if my solar panels are getting any exposure. Maybe, okay, if I turn them this way, then they get a little bit of exposure. So we can recharge those batteries. Although we are recharging. Nice. What happens if we turn off SES? Okay, nothing happens really. Although I think, since I know now that we are going to be able to land this thing with connection, I'm going to make a quick save here inside the atmosphere. We are going to try to flip this a little bit. Put the throttle on max. Put these in the same stage. Okay, we are now flying on a terrestrial body. We're gonna be pointing ourselves straight down now at the beginning, just to gain some speed, so we can get down faster, and then we'll level this out. Because we know now this thing can fly. Okay, seems to have no problem with that. Let's just point ourselves straight down. Let's even give it a little throttle. Well, this engine is not gonna be efficient in this atmosphere. I can see that now, because the amount of delta V we have is dropping tremendously as we fall down. So we might not be able to take off again. And so my whole plan for this thing to be able to actually land and take off might not work. I'm fairly sure that it will not work now. And even now when we're pointing straight down at the ground, pretty much, we are losing altitude. No, not losing altitude. We are losing speed. Because the atmosphere is getting very thick. But I'm not even time warping. We can actually be time warping quite a lot here. Still 36 kilometers to go. We are now below a speed of 100 meters per second. Oh! Christ almighty. My craft decided that now is the time to wiggle about. Okay, so... Oh! No! We lost connection now. That thing moved away too quickly. This still didn't work. So I don't know what to do now.
Just did a bad thing.
I regret the thing I did. And I regret doing this as well. Because you know what? We're gonna lose connection to that. We're not gonna be able to land this thing like I wanted to. So we're gonna lose connection way too early. And I guess there's nothing we can do about it really. We can try and giving ourselves speed. Putting on the engine, giving full thrust. Try and push ourselves down fast enough, but I don't think that's really possible. Yeah, I don't think that engine does that much for us. It's more there for aesthetic purposes. Doesn't really do anything. And our TWR has now dropped to 0.03. 0.02. Which even makes this more worthless than it was before. I guess we have the option to try and like fly after it. But that also feels dumb. I mean, why would I try that? We're not gonna like catch up to it. I mean, the only like real way of trying to actually land this at this point okay, now it just says we have 0 meters per second and 0 thrust to weight ratio, so this engine doesn't do anything at all now, it seems like. Yeah, does nothing. We can just burn through the fuel. That will make us lighter, and that will make it so we will fall slower. But the only real thing that I can think of how to land this thing now, actually, is to try and flatten this out. Make it go pretty much flat, still a little bit down. Try and hold it at something like this. And then I guess wait. Because we are technically dropping. It's only that we're dropping very slowly. And now we lost the connection, so now I can't move it anything more now. Can't do anything at all. Can just wait. And that's gonna be a heck of a long wait. So we have about 34 kilometers to drop. We're dropping about 2 meters a second. No, maybe more than that. Maybe like 3 meters per second. Can't we see that? I think in orbit we can see our... No, it's... Here on surface we can see our vertical speed. Okay, so we're dropping 4 meters per second. And that's what we're dropping now. Probably gonna be dropping a lot less at the end of this. Okay, our vertical speed doesn't seem to be impacted that much. It feels like it should. It's still a very long way to go. So I think we can call this like semi-successful, semi-non-successful. I wonder what would happen if I turn on my engine. Well, really nothing, because we have no thrust to weight ratio. It was stupid putting on that engine. I feel right now like I kind of want to see this through, but at the same time, it's gonna take such a long time to fall down that I don't feel like seeing it through. I mean, of course, things in Kerbal Space Program does take some time. Sometimes you have to have some patience in this game in general. But this is just painful. And I can see now that our vertical speed has actually declined, and it is declining. We were at 4.14, I think, when I checked the first time. Now we're at 4.05. It was just at 4.06. That's dropping kinda quickly now. I'll try time warping 4 times. I just hope that it doesn't flip out like that, like it did when we were pointing straight down. We could have had connection still and go straight down and then just flatten it out at the end. That would have felt more okay. Oh, it seems like our vertical speed actually increased when we started time warping. Oh yeah, it does. Huh, cool. That does mean it's gonna go quicker in multiple ways doing the physical time warping. This is not worth it. Jonathan, what have you done to yourselves? Yourselves. Yes, I am plural. I am many people. Yes, it's true. I am thinking of maybe if I point prograde for like just a second, then I'll drop my nose down a little bit. That might increase our vertical speed a little bit, but then again, that might also mean that we're gonna crash once we get down. Well, I could always just point like radial out and try and stall us once we get down, if we ever get down. So yeah, let's point prograde a little bit. That increased our vertical speed a lot. So let's go with this. Oh, No, now we have 14 point something. Before we had 4 point something. 4.14 I think it was. Still going slow as hell. I wish there was something else I had to do in the meantime. But I don't know. I mean, I could probably just like fire up another game in the background. Have that running at the same time. But I also know that this game in general, at least with all these mods, it is kind of fragile and has a tendency to crash, and of course would not like that. Would like to avoid that at every cost. Okay, so I think it was like 10 minutes ago when we were at 36 kilometers. Now we're at 26. So we are making progress here. It's slow, but it's progress still. Just don't know what to do right now. And I feel like that might be like the correct timing for ending a stream that's already been going on for 4 hours. But I want to see if this lands. I want to see if this survives. Even if it doesn't, I still want to see it. Okay, we are still slowing down, and we are not even in the thickest parts of the atmosphere yet. We're like in the middle. If you count from where like the atmosphere starts. Because this, I guess, counts as not really atmosphere, but some particles. And then I think it was when we got into this part of the atmosphere, like right here, where the ablative shield started acting up and stuff. Our vertical speed is still 11. What was it down to before? We had 4 when we began this time of doubts, or whatever you'd call it. And then when we pointed ourselves down a little bit more, we got to 14. No, we're at 10. So that is declining quite fast as well. Horizontal speed, I think that has kept itself. Well, we are moving faster horizontally as well. Because I think it was 26. Before the dip down. I guess this is what you call quality content. Just watching something slowly float down. I'm gonna do this. And then, let's see, can I change? Yeah, I can change scenes. I'm gonna see, yeah, okay. I'm gonna do this. Okay, my mic is on as well, good. I forgot if the mic was on this or not, but it is. I think maybe... No, I think we're fine. Sometimes when I change my scenes in OBS, it like duplicates my voice. So I have the voice from the normal mic intake, and then it also picks it up from the desktop audio for some reason. I don't know why. And I guess, you know what, I'm just gonna check. Gonna zoom out a little bit, put this in a cool angle. See, we're at 19 kilometers now. I'm actually gonna mute the mic, take a little bit of a break for 5 minutes, and then come back and see how far we've come. So this is, if you're watching this pre-live stream, you can just skip forward a little bit because it's probably gonna be quiet and quite dull now for a bit. Oh, and I do have the Scent logo. I'm gonna flip that up there. So you can have the Scent logo in the little bit in the corner there. So we wait. But yeah, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Bye bye for now. Okay. I just came back like a minute ago and was just watching what was happening. And I saw that I was not close to the ground, at least. Something decided to fuck up. And my craft just exploded. I'm gonna change back to this one so you can see me as well. So yeah, I let that go for about 5 minutes, a little bit more, maybe. Yeah, I'm watching it back now on the stream itself. It seems like the craft just started pitching down a bit and then sideways. Something weird happened, then more down, sideways, and then it cleared up. And then I think it just, yeah, it was twitching about a bit, and then it flipped and exploded. So now we know that the concept works in theory, but not really in reality. I could probably have made this happen, but I think I'm just gonna go back to the Space Center and I'll never send anything to Venus again. Because fuck Venus. Venus is a boring fucking planet. Not in real life, but in this game, definitely, because you can't do shit. And I'm mad at it now. And so I'm not surprised when Russia tried sending stuff there in the like 60s or 70s that it didn't really go as they planned. And shit got blown up because that's what it did for me. And we are, according to this, in 1959 still, so according to this, we are way better than real humans, because we've already been to the moon and sent stuff to Mars. Not that much stuff though, and not that successfully. Anyhow, I'm gonna end the stream. Thank you so much for watching. Next time, I don't know what we're gonna do. I'll figure something out. Or maybe we'll send something further out into the solar system instead of trying to go further in. Because that didn't really seem to do that much for us. Or maybe we'll do a flyby of Mercury or something. Because I think we need to venture further out now. Although we haven't landed anything on Mars. We have a probe orbiting, but we don't have anything landed. So that might be something for next time. But like I said, thank you so much for watching. And I'll see you tomorrow on game night. Bye-bye.